Hello, everybody. Let me get the music pumping so we can get rocking and rolling. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's Monday night stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, do 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 do. Okay. Okay. Hello. My weekend. My weekend was not great. Not gonna lie. I will get to that in a second. I got distracted because I was supposed to be posting my going live notification, but I got distracted writing a message to a friend of mine. Alrighty, and okay, there we go. I'm not gonna post on everywhere, just because I'm not really feeling up to chasing all of that down. So we're gonna do, I have two things planned for tonight. First, I just want to jot down another idea I'm having. I know I'm already working on one novel. I've got another one in the oven, and I had another idea that I just want to jot down. It's not much. I haven't told anyone about it. I haven't told anyone about this new idea I had. And I just want to jot it down. I'm not outlining it. I'm not going to spend like the entire stream brainstorming it. It's like a half an idea. So I'm just going to like jot down a few notes about it tonight at the start of the stream. That's all that's going to happen there. Okay. Hello, Silva. Good to see you. Yeah, I'll go in. So there are some things I'm not going to talk about because some things are personal. And stuff that involves, I don't like to talk about things that involve like other people very much. I know I talk about like stuff like family stuff a lot, but like, there's lines, you know? So we will be getting into all of that in a little bit. Let's hop over to the Just Chatting screen. I'm not going to post everywhere that I'm live because I don't have the energy for it right now. I really should. But it's just not really in me. It's just been a rough weekend, that's all, Silva. It has just been, why do I keep doing that? That's not the button I wanted. I keep clicking the button to minimize OBS. And that is not what I want to happen. Yeah, I was supposed to spend time with someone this weekend, and then we had a scheduling conflict that just made things not happen. And it wasn't like anything where I would get like hurt feelings or anything like that over. It was just something that happened, you know? And that was a little disappointing on Saturday. Yep, start to another week, Nabiru. Sunday was hard for me. I don't know. I know I've kind of an international audience, so I don't know how big it is internationally. But here in America, Sunday was Father's Day. I don't know if they celebrate that. I don't know. I never want to assume that the entire world celebrates the same holidays we do, even though like some holidays are global. It's a thing where like I never want to assume that everybody does what America does. So I just like say, well, here in America, it was Father's Day. And that was hard for me. If it's a Hallmark holiday, I assume it's not global. That's a good way to put it, Silva. So, geez, how much do I want to say about this? In my life, while I've had a lot of like strong male figures in my life, I have had two official fathers, a biological father and a stepfather, that meant very different things to me and were very different things in my life. They had very different like hopes, dreams, expectations, and all of that stuff. That's not to say that that's not to try to compare them or to contrast them. They were just very different. And the thing about Father's Day is both of those fathers that I have are dead. So it's just a mess of baggage. So I was just not in a good headspace on Sunday. And it kind of worked out because originally I was supposed to have a Lancer session on Sunday, and I don't know if that would have helped or hurt the way my brain was running at the time. But hello, Kalora, good to see you. But because of Father's Day, one of the players couldn't make it, and I just said, let's just cancel the session. Let's just not do the session on Sunday because of Father's Day. And it kind of just gave me some time to just like be alone, to daydream, to meditate, to ruminate, and to just process a bunch of things. And it's funny talking about rumination. Like, one of the things I saw that the judge said. So a while back, I had an experience where I was like having trouble sleeping because I was ruminating, which is where you dwell on something and it just doesn't let you sleep. And I had talked to my doctor about it, and my doctor had mentioned it in their notes that I was struggling with that. And one of the things that the judge noticed in my hearing for disability was noticed that in the notes and was like, is that why you're tired? I'm like, well, I was tired before that, and I'm still tired after that. Like, I deal with fatigue. It's not just because of the rumination. I dealt with that made it worse. I did therapy. I don't deal with the rumination now, but I'm still dealing with fatigue. I'm still dealing with exhaustion. And it's just not as bad, but it happens, and it's a disability. But I don't think the judge fully accepted that, and was like, well, your doctor said that you were struggling with that, and that's why you're, I don't know, it's a whole bunch. I know I really should go back and read the entire thing from my from the I should read the entire thing from the judge and be like, okay, what is all the things that the judge actually said? But it's just a lot for me to process. Also, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people and getting more people to watch the content. It's funny, so, but on a completely separate note, Twitch introduced these new insert Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship joke here. I should be so lucky. Maybe if I do, I'm gonna make a Honkai Star Rail account. Maybe I should apply for whatever Honkai Star Rail creator program they have, because I see some creators got like Firefly early access. So I'm like, I wonder if there's some kind of like creator program you can do to get like one copy of the new characters or whatever if you make a video on them or something. That would be so silly. Be like, well, all right, now I got to make Honkai Star Rail content. Apply to Hoyoverse and be like, yo, I'm broke, give me money. Like and subscribe and leave those 5 stars. I really appreciate these 5 stars. Okay. All right. I got to tell you something. So way back, like I think this was during the pandemic, right? When, yeah, the dilemma of a writer. Exactly, Nabiru. I heard this story like, it was forever ago. It was a long time ago. I don't know if it's true, right? But this guy posted a thing about how like he let his kid watch YouTube, right? And his kid watched like a lot of the kid channels, like a lot of like the vloggers and a lot of the stuff back when a lot of stuff on YouTube was really kid friendly, right? And his kid watched tons of these YouTubers, not just the watching shows, but actually watching YouTubers do funny skits and stuff, right? And this kid was very young, like formative years young, and watching YouTube. And because I think this predates VTubers. Every video that the kid watched ended with please like and subscribe. Hold on one second. Sorry, I thought I heard an alarm or something, but every video the kid watched ended with please like and subscribe, right? Somehow, because this kid is formative years young, and most of his exposure to other people is through content creators, this guy goes to say goodnight to his son. And his son, instead of saying goodnight, says, please like and subscribe. And he talks to his son like, why'd you say that? And finds out the kid thought like and subscribe was equivalent to goodbye or goodnight. So that was just what he thought that meant. I don't know. I told, so Noel Main, I told Hattie, I'm going to make my Honkai Star Rail account Tuesday night after Firefly comes out, and then I am going to try to farm and play. And I don't even know how the gacha system works. I don't know anything about the game, about how the game mechanics work. I know it's a gacha, so I am just going to farm and try to get Firefly. And I don't know if they have like fresh start bonuses. I think, yeah, you're right. I think Sea-Dog does voice someone in that. And I wouldn't be surprised if Giguk did. And it's a thing where, like, I know a lot of gachas will have, like, when you make an account, they'll give you, like, some number of, like, free summons. Because I remember that used to be a thing with gachas where, like, you would make an account, you would do your free summons, and then if you didn't get a certain character, you'd remake the account and keep going till you got a certain character. I'm not going to do that. I don't even know if that's how that works in Honkai Star Rail. But I know that was how a lot of people did in Dragalia Lost, and a lot of other gachas was a lot of people did that. And I'm gonna, yeah, she tried to explain it to me. There is a pity system, but I don't fully, if you're not familiar with gachas, Silva, a pity system means whenever you pull after a certain number of pulls where you don't get a high rarity character, you become guaranteed to get a high rarity character. Yeah, Nabiru, that's the thing that people do. So some people, so now Dragalia Lost had a really great pity system. I think it was really great. And it had a thing where every time you pulled, you would build up a resource. I can't remember what it was called, right? For every character you pulled, you would build up a resource every time you pulled. And then when you had enough of that resource, you could go to a menu and you could select one of the characters on the banner and you could buy them with that resource. But the only way to get that resource was pulling. So then the more you pulled, the more you accumulated that resource. So eventually you were able to just buy what you want. They implemented that after there was this whole drama in Dragalia Lost where someone was pulling for Mim and like spent like $5,000 in gacha and did not pull the 5-star he wanted on a rate up banner. But yeah, I miss Dragalia Lost a lot. I'll talk about it a bunch. And I even told Hattie, I'm like, listen, I went through a lot when Dragalia Lost ended. I was deeply emotionally invested in that game. And like, yeah, that's true, Nabiru. Yeah, I completely understand that, Silva. Guarantees 5-star on the 90 pull on Honkai, but it will either be a standard 5-star or the limited 5-star. If you lose the limited chance, your next 5-star guarantee is guaranteed to be limited. Okay, but I don't know. How many times do you have to pull to get pity twice? Jesus, 180 pulls? Holy cow. That's 1810 pulls. I don't know. if there's any way for a free-to-play player to pull off 180 pulls before the banner ends. I don't even know how any of it works. Maybe I should have made my maybe I should have made my account before and just been farming resources for getting extra pulls. Noel Main, do you know if new accounts get like any number of free pulls or like free resources or any kind of, or if there's any kind of like codes or something you can enter to get like bonus materials? I've seen some people be like, some commercials be like, if you download Honkai Star Rail from this link, you'll get such and such thing. And I'm like, okay, but I've already downloaded it. Like, is there a code? I haven't created my account yet. I asked Hattie if there was some kind of like a recommendation account, if there was some kind of a recommendation code. Because there used to be there was a recommendation code in Dragalia Lost where like you give someone your code, then whenever they sign up, they get free resources, like a number of pulls, and then you get a free number of pulls. And it was like, you know, helping other people. I think you got free stuff for people using your code. But yeah, I'm leaving it up to the gacha gods. I'm going to play Dragalia Lost. Not Dragalia Lost. I'm going to play Honkai Star Rail. And try to pull Firefly. I'll farm, do what I have to, put some time in, and try to get Firefly. And if I pull Firefly before the Firefly Limited banner ends, then I'll keep playing Honkai Star Rail. I'll just keep playing it. It may not be my main game. It'll probably be something I do on the side, but I'll keep playing. I'll keep doing stuff. I might do some streams or some content related to Honkai Star Rail, and you know, some other stuff and whatnot. Who's it? Yeah. Well, all gacha games to a certain point are money sinks. Okay. So yeah, if I pull Firefly, then I will keep playing Honkai Star Rail. Right? I will be invested in the story. If I do not pull Firefly, then I'm dropping the game. I'm dropping the game. I'm saying the gacha gods have spoken. I am not getting invested in this game. It has been decided. And I am just dropping the game. I really like the character Firefly. I watched the trailer and the cinematics, and I've seen some of the stuff. Since I've been investigating, I've seen a bunch of videos. People have made fan animations, as well as some clips and things of Firefly's character moments in the story so far. And I'm like, she seems like a really cool character. They played with a lot of toku and mecha tropes for making her character. She's a war survivor. She's got a lot of this emotional trauma as well as a physical condition that's slowly eating away at her body. She can't exist outside of her mech suit for extended periods of time. And she's got all this stuff, and she's she really cares about the main character. So many people are shipping, what's his name? Kalis, the default, the male Trailblazer character, male player character in Honkai Star Rail with Firefly. It's actually hilarious. And I've seen so many people use 3D rendering and 3D modeling to make these goofy and silly fan animations of Firefly and other characters, and so many people have memed the Henshin sequence with audio from different Kamen Rider series. It is, oh my gosh, it is so funny. All the different Kamen Rider references that that people have made out of her henshin sequence. It is great. She plays with the mecha tropes. She plays with the toku tropes, and has the common writer kind of stuff. And I'm sure there's way more if you actually like get invested in the character. But I was like, you know what? She's a character I like. I don't know if she's gonna do anything in the story after this point. I mean, they're making her a playable character, so I'd hope they do more with her in the story. People are speculating that apparently she like died or something, or like died twice or something, and like isn't going to be in the story anymore. But I'm like, I hope they have like story quests or something for her. I know in Dragalia Lost they had a thing where after you unlocked a character, after you pulled a character, there was a side story you could go through that kind of played out like an extended cutscene that explored stuff about the character after they joined Alberia, New Alberia, and the adventures they go on, and explore their character and stuff from their past and where they move forward in their future, and kind of advance their story. And you unlocked one of those for each character you pulled. I don't think Honkai Star Rail is something like that, but it would be nice. Anyway, blah 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 blah. Okay, so now let me a thousand tries later. I'm not gonna do that. Like, I could do that, but I'm not doing that, Nabiru. I'm going to create an account, play through, and just spend all of my resources on trying to pull for Firefly. After I pull for Firefly, then I'll work on trying to make a team, then I'll work on trying to do stuff. But everything I'm going to be clearing, side quests, main story. Like, I'm not skipping the main story. I'm going to read the main story, right? Because, like, that's one of the big things about it, right? So, but it's just going to be to pull for Firefly. Okay. So, let's get rolling with tonight. Like I said, I'm going to be, actually, I'm going to run a Twitch ad real quick. Just because it's about to kick off and I don't want it to be going off when I'm in the middle of the next part. Get the Twitch ad running. Okay. What? I just checked something on Blue Sky and apparently Twitter is doing something dumb again. Okay. Somebody shared something on Blue Skies, like, on Twitter, it's going to be a thing where you can't, like, post multi-part threads if you're not a whatchamacallit, a blue check mark. And I'm like, that's not something they would take away. Like, that's like basic functionality of the site. Okay. Firefly support units have already been released before, so if you get here, you'll probably want some specific 4-stars to help her reach big numbers. Oh, it's fine, LeMay. I haven't even really started yet, so it's fine. I'm glad to see you. Welcome in. I'm glad you're here, LeMay. Alrighty, looks like we're out of the ad on Twitch. I don't know, 5 rats. I don't know, Kalora. 5 rats is pretty smart. Rats can get into some really bizarre places. So I really do not know, Kalora. Okay, so first, I'm going to share with you my latest harebrained silly idea. I'm not ready to outline it, I just want to write it down. It's another one of my power fantasies, which I have a bunch of because I deal with a lot of feeling insecure and unhappy with things, with some of the things in my life, and I process that by escaping reality into a fantasy. It was, who was it? Someone, I remember there was somebody who was saying stuff like, fiction, a lot of these novels and fiction are just escapist fantasy, and someone was trying to like degrade authors. Where is it? Not a Tolkien quote. Okay, so it's not actually. Oh, it's attributed to Tolkien. Blah, 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 blah. So there was this quote that got attributed to Tolkien that apparently is from a science fiction author. I won't read the fake quote. I'll read the actual quote. There's an area in science fiction has most often failed to judge itself and where it's been most harshly judged by its nonpartisans. It's an area where we badly need intelligent criticism and discussion. The oldest argument against science fiction is both the shallowest and profoundest. The assertion that science fiction, like all fantasy, is escapist. The statement is shallow, made by the shallow. When an insurance broker tells you that science fiction doesn't deal with the real world, when a chemistry freshman informs you that science has disproved myth, when a censor suppresses a book because it doesn't fit the canons of socialist realism, and so forth, that's not criticism, it's bigotry. If it's worth answering, the best answer is given by Tolkien, an author, critic, and scholar. Yes, he said fantasy is escapist, and that is its glory. If a soldier is imprisoned by the enemy, don't we consider it his duty to escape? The moneylenders, the know-nothings, the authoritarians have us all in prison. If we value freedom of the mind and soul, if we're partisans of liberty, then it is our plain duty to escape and take as many people with us as we can. So, someone said that they were quoting Tolkien. I think, so the quote was, yes, fantasy is escapist and that is its glory. And then the people took the rest of the quote and attributed the entire thing to Tolkien. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, so the idea is, like, if a soldier's imprisoned by the enemy, it's their duty to escape. And the idea that, like, our world, the oppression of the moneylenders, the know-nothings, authoritarians, all of that have us imprisoned in this dark and dreary reality. And it is our duty to escape and to take as many people with us as we can. And to a certain extent, that is... I think you're a few minutes behind, Nabiru. But I don't know, that might just be internet connection. And that's a certain role that I think storytelling takes. Where stories are, for me, my rebellion against the circumstances I find myself surrounded by, right? The limitations of my disability, the restrictions and the problems of capitalism and all of these things. All of my stories are some kind of power fantasy, a dream of being able to actually affect change in the world in some way, right? And writing stories is kind of fulfilling that duty of, you want to escape and you want to take as many people with you as you can to escape from this this dreary, just difficult world. And that's not to say that we shouldn't try to improve the world around us, but I think there's a certain point when you have to acknowledge that, like, there is limited amounts that any one of us can do, right? And if you spend all day, every day, surrounded and overwhelmed with all the bad news and all the difficulty and all the things happening in the world that you are powerless to affect, your brain's just going to be overloaded, right? Somebody said that, whatchamacallit, right now, with your phone, with a smartphone, you can see, like, 4,000 different articles over the course of a day. Of like, it was like 400 or 4,000. I know it's a big gap, but a large number of these things about all of these disasters and dramas and terrible things happening all across the globe that you have no way to affect or improve, right? And you have no way to make things to actually modify those things. And while it's great that we have this that there's this information being shared, the human mind was not made to take in that much stress and strain at once. And if you just keep taking in that much stuff, you'll pop. Like you'll break. Anyway, let's get to, I'm going to share my latest silly escapist fantasy. And then we'll get to actually writing tonight's chapter of my current of my previous. I don't know if previous is the right word, because I'm still living it as I'm writing it. You know what I mean? My brain runs so fast. All right, let's get to the writing section. Okay. So I will preface this. This kind of like, I don't think I'm actually going to write this one because it is very political. It is probably the most like political kind of like fantasy kind of thing that I've had. Daydream, what have you. So just prefacing it with that. But it's very focused on things that I see happening in America. So this is called this story that I've kind of been tinkering with is called The Way of the Armored Fist. It is a combination kung fu, mecha, political drama story. Possible romance. Haven't fully like fleshed it out, right? That's a sentence. Yeah, kung fu mecha political drama story. Basically started the story. So, civilian company is contracted to make specially reinforced concrete for bunkers that can withstand immense punishment. You're probably wondering, where's the kung fu come in? I'm getting there. Researchers start a side project. TCG story comic today. Recently got back into it. Seems like a good time to work. Hey, go for it, Noel, man. You know, I always encourage people to work on stuff during this time. I always encourage people to work on stuff. Oh, yeah, go right ahead. Tell me all about it if you want. I'd love to hear about it. Okay. So basic start. The civilian company, haven't named it yet. Probably going to give it a silly name because it's what I do. Is contracted to make specially reinforced concrete for bunkers that can withstand immense punishment. The researchers start a side project. Whenever they hit a mental block or creative block on the concrete project, they would go and work on the side project to get their creative juices flowing again, and then when they got going, they would go back to the main concrete project. So it was a side project that was never intended to be like something that they marketed, and it was completely unrelated to anything that they were doing, right? Fun, silly project. What is this side project? Because it's me, it's gotta be. If it's not a mech, it's power armor. Side project is to make a strength enhancing power armor that allows someone to punch and kick with the force of a battle tank's main cannon. Haven't named the power armor yet. Gonna be a janitor because I have a thing, because I think janitor is kind of like this kind of, it's not that I look down on janitors, it's as much as I feel like so much of the world and fiction and stories look down on people in the sanitation industry. So like when I want to do like a stereotypical like everyman who like has all of this experience but doesn't get respected, I think of a janitor. That's just what I think of. And that could be, I think that could be related to my own limited understanding. There probably would be a better... Yes, I have seen Megalobox. I actually had not drawn the connection until you said Megalobox, but, Hey, Goldfish. Good to see you. So we haven't gotten to the actual writing proper tonight. I am outlining not outlining. Outlining is too organized of a word to describe this. I am jotting down a silly idea I had before we get to the actual like meat and potatoes of tonight's stream, which tonight I'm going to be writing the next chapter of my novel. And I am just jotting down a silly idea that I have been tinkering around with in my head for the last few days. But that's what I'm working on. How are you doing, Goldfish? How was your weekend? But actually, Naberu, some of the ideas and the ways I envision the armor is very inspired by Symphogear. Specifically Hibiki. Mm-hmm. Definitely Naberu. Oh. Been cooking some story ideas too. Nice, Goldfish. Out the weekly readsy short story stuff. Ooh, what's that? I haven't heard of that before, Goldfish. LeMay said, janitors, it depends. They get paid decently and some get benefits and a pension. I've seen some warehouse workers treat custodians like the help. And that's what I've seen too. And I have had, like when I worked in a warehouse, I have had to do a lot of janitorial work, right? And I've seen the kind of work that has to get done for a janitor of like cleaning up spills, cleaning up the floor, taking out the garbage, all of that stuff. And it's a lot of work. So I have a lot of respect for janitors, and I kind of have a soft spot for them. I'll be honest. Ooh, is that someone from a place you worked before, Noel Maine? They do like a weekly competition challenge thing. You can submit it, and if you throw in $5, you enter a judging to possibly win $250. Ooh, that's cool, Goldfish. Have you been entering any of the stuff? Oh, you've been fleshing the idea out? Nice. So do they give you prompts? Do they give you prompts to work with, or do you have to come up with your own prompts? 5 prompts a week, all centered around a weekly theme. Ooh, so you have a week to write a short story and submit it. That's exciting, Goldfish. That sounds like fun. I have no idea what that is. Regency, Bridgerton and Regency era themed. I don't know what era that is. It's a character from an old series. His scenes were very comical, but he worked like a spy, going place to place, working as a janitor and delivering intel. Ooh, nice. Some janitors could have higher security clearance than the smug people who work in their building. Yes, definitely Nabiru. My sister is friendly with the janitorial staff at her job. They give each other gifts. Most people there are nice to them. Depends on where you work. I try to treat everyone with respect. And you should. You really should. Like, I don't know if you've heard, but like there was this quote, I don't know who said it, who was like, I treat the janitor with the same respect I treat the CEO. And that's a really great sentiment. I have one problem with that quote. It implies that you are doing something special by treating the janitor with the same respect as the CEO, and it implies that the janitor and the CEO are on two opposite ends of the power scale. Basically Victorian era. Ooh, that's nice. But I also understand the sentiment of you should treat everyone with respect. But like I said, that's why I have a soft spot for janitors. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. All right, so janitor, they play a prank on the janitor where they try to do a thing where they're like, you have to learn how to use this armor in 6 hours or else the world is going to end. You have to save the world, right? And I say that because my friends have played pranks like that on me before. When I was training in martial arts, I'd someone be like, you have to save the world. And I was young and I wanted to believe in magic, and I was very chuny, and it fed into the chuny side of me. And then the next morning, they all were just laughing all about it. And just the kind of stuff you do whenever you're having a shenanigans, you know? But yeah, so Uh, Alrighty. I think one of the reasons why is so many artists had to work odd jobs before. The artist who makes it big and gets their own book or show still remember SpongeBob's creator was a fry cook once. Nice. Got it. So after he calls, so eventually, he calls them on their prank. He's like, because they're pranking him and saying he has to learn how to use the armor in 6 hours in order to save the world. And he learns how to use the armor, and he gets really good with the armor very quickly, right? But it's like a workout for him because he has to his body still has to keep up with the movements, even with the acceleration. And they all have a good laugh. But then he says, can I keep working out with the armor? It makes working out fun, and I need the physical activity at my age. And they're like, sure. They get a testing range set up for him with pillars made of their special reinforced concrete for him to punch and kick. Because that's the whole thing, and that way he's serving a multi-purpose thing, right? He gets to work out. They get more test data on how the armor works for whenever they spend time working on tweaking the armor whenever they hit a creative block with their concrete project, and they get to measure how much force the concrete pillars are taking, and they get to study and use it for a lot of test data for whatever their latest batch of reinforced concrete is. So they get to see how well it withstands his punches. Serves multiple purposes. Not pillars. Because a pillar goes from the floor to the ceiling. What is it? What's it called if you have a barricade? I'm a little stuck on how I should proceed with my story. Currently, I'm in chapter 3 covering the first episode. Okay. Well, what are you stuck on, Noel, Main? Like what's happened so far? If you want to share with us. Not a pillar. Column. Pillar synonym. Pylon. That's the word I'm looking for. Pylon. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Could call them stone slabs. Yeah, slab would probably work. Column. Column might work, LeMay. I made a little introduction to the world of the story as a way for the reader to grasp the concept and premise of the story. We currently follow the protag's transfer to a new school. Okay. That's what I want it to be. Just like essentially like a dummy, like a punching bag, but it's made of concrete. Stone barrier, okay. So he's doing that, working out. Hey, Jesus, how are you doing? How was your weekend? Good, good. So I am just jotting down an idea that I've been tinkering around with, just because I want to have it jotted down before we get to the actual writing the chapter for tonight. Got a new TTRPG based on crossover fanfics. Ooh, you find all the best stuff, Jesus. That you are, Jesus. That you are. All right. Okay. So this is the clutch part of it. He adds a force recapture system that could toggle the limbs of the suit between acceleration and resistance. When toggled to resistance, it captures the force of the movement for a piezoelectric device to recharge the battery. I think I used the right term there. Piezoelectric means it turns physical force into electricity, like whenever you use a lighter. When you use those like lighters with the trigger, it captures the force and strikes against a crystal to make an electric charge that ignites the gas. So this will do that, but it'll recharge the battery to extend the battery life, right? And he theorizes that with enough practice, he could develop a way to be able to toggle that on and off quickly as part of the movements, as part of the punches, the kicks, the blocks, and the movements, in order to recapture some of the force to extend the battery, to extend the operation time without losing too much force. Right? Time skip 1 year. Time skip 1 year. Janitor has been working out about 4 days a week and has developed what he calls the Way of the Armored Fist, an entire martial art based around maximizing both the power of the suit and the battery life as well. He's in the best shape of his life and is feeling more fulfilled than ever before. That's the real power fantasy. Feeling fulfilled with what you're doing. Protag is a stubborn guy. He's simple, humble dude, but he also got a few screws loose. He received a scholarship due to a friend of his late father. Okay. So you've introduced the world. You've introduced the concept and premise of the story. Protag has started a new school. Protag is a little bit nuts. But he's still a down-to-earth, relatable character. But he has his eccentricities, and he's at this new school because of a scholarship, because of a friend of his late father. So that way you can put him in the same situation with a lot of rich and powerful people while still making him relatable to others. So that definitely is a really good way to deal with that. And that introduces stuff about familial ties and family stuff with the father and the friend of the late father. Okay. Martial art consists of movements to maximize power, but flicking the force recapture system on and off at certain parts of each movement to mitigate battery usage. So then, so they're being contracted. So this company is being contracted by the government to make a new reinforced concrete. Then an auditor from the government is coming to check up on the development on the concrete and see what they have come up with. But he comes a day earlier than he's supposed to, in order to catch them by surprise and see what they're really doing, not just what they want him to see. He got roped into the TCG by his new friends at school and is currently on a tutorial duel, but I'm stuck on how to get him from the end of this battle to the next plot point. Okay. So he does his tutorial duel. What's the next plot point you want to get to? And does he win the tutorial duel or does he lose? Losing the tutorial is an easy way to get him to a plot point. Yeah, that is. Yeah, I was going to say, like, reactions to losing can be really good for moving the plot forward. Right now, I'm playing that old American pastime of wondering if what I heard were fireworks or gunshots. So this auditor comes in, he's a day early, and he spots the janitor's training room door. He sees this big, heavily reinforced door. And he's like, what is that? And they're like, oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. He's like, no, no, no. You're working on a government contract. We're paying for everything in this building. You're going to tell me what's in there. So they open the door, and he sees the concrete training dummies in pieces all over the floor. And as he examines it, he realizes this is the reinforced concrete that can take so much punishment, and it can withstand high power, like it can stop all kinds of bullets and cannon rounds, and it can stop all of this destructive force and explosions. It can contain explosions and all that stuff, and it's in pieces. So he's like, whoa, what did this? And everybody's trying to dodge the question. They're just like, well, you see, it's, and then a door on the far wall opens. And the janitor, who's in the suit, he's in the power suit, comes out and he's pulling a cart with the next batch of concrete training dummies on it. He doesn't see them. He's getting ready to set up for his next workout. Okay. The next thing to happen would be finding a hidden code on his deck that will unlock a buddy, a cute little creature, as also he loses the tutorial duel. Okay. I guess my suggestion, if he loses the tutorial duel, and the next thing is finding a hidden code, you could have him like sitting down and like reading all of his cards in his deck and like studying his deck to be like, okay, and coming up with strategies, doing test hands. I know that was something I used to do a whole lot when I was really into TCGs, doing test hands, imagining how you would play through things and just doing those TCG things and examining the deck. And maybe that's how he finds the hidden code on his deck, is he's examining his deck to be like, I lost the tutorial duel. I don't want to lose again. And so I want to learn. I want to learn more about these cards, especially if he's new to it. If it's something he's just gotten into and his friends have roped him into, he may not even know what all the cards in his deck do or how they interact with each other. So that's my suggestion. I don't know if that fits you. I don't know if that fits your story. I don't know how well that works. I don't know what you want that to look like. That's just my suggestion to all, man. Blue Eyes Exodia support? Was there cards that support both Blue Eyes and Exodia? That feels backwards. That feels absolutely backwards. Exodia was Yugi's thing. What? What? Kaiba finally decided to Kaiba finally decided to get Exodia and say if you can't beat him, join him, and inflict his trauma on everyone else. Who's Solomon? And is that some new character? They gave blue eyes to somebody new? That's bold. Oh. So it's Yugi's grandpa's blue eyes deck. Oh. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Nabiru. You can now summon an OP Exodia without effort, combo on the enemy. Ironically, I still don't think it will be meta at all or for long. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I have to run 5 bricks for it. Oh, goodness. That's like half your deck if you run 3 copies of each. Funniest combo ever where people equipped all the Exodia pieces to the new Exodia, then summoned a dude to bounce their cards to the hand, thus winning the game. That's funny. The OP one is from the extra deck called the Illusionary Exodia Incarnate. You summon it with a spell, but you need the bricks, i.e. the original Exodia pieces. You run 1 each, but that's still too many. Oh, goodness. I remember the good old days when an Exodia deck was just a stall deck. You ran lots of cards to draw and lots of cards to stall the game till you drew all the Exodia pieces. Anybody remember that? Mm-hmm. Make it to turn 3. Yeah. There's the reason I don't mess with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't mess with Yu-Gi-Oh! Period. Yu-Gi-Oh! Roguelike draft game? That's a sentence. It's easy to last more than 3 turns, but also win unlikely. Is it now, Jesus? Alright. Sure, I would check that out if you want to send it to me, Jesus. My favorite decks are great at lasting but not winning because they run the most unexpected jank. Yeah. Flame Swordsman. Oh, yeah. Can't last or win. Goodness gracious. But it looked cool losing. Nice. That actually would work. I will work on it. The tutorial battle follows the pro tag against the second command of a low-ranked team. Ooh. So then it's like you didn't even lose against the leader of the low-ranked team. You lost against the second in command. Nice. Fighting Flame Swordsman is a good deck. Okay. That's my favorite spell. It's so fun putting it on things like Karibo and watching it physically beat down powerful mons with F protection. Oh, does Yubel defeat Flame Swordsman? Oh, that's rough. Ah. Oh, there's a new Yubel. Oh, goodness. They're bringing back all the old stuff. Spirit of Yubel can be summoned from a hand. Also a fun fusion. Ooh. Fighting Flame Swordsman can destroy monsters and get 7k attack. Yubel cannot be destroyed, and any damage dealt to it is dealt to the opponent. Oh, can it be removed? Can you use any removal? Do you have any spot removal to try getting it off the board? Can you like use like Solemn or or have some kind of like, does Flame Swordsman have any spot removal to like just get things, push things off the board? Oh, that's a problem. So Noah, the protag deck, is themed around his dragons. His ace card has an effect that gains extra power when you have 2 or less cards in hand. Ooh. So it powers up in desperate situations. Nice. Sphere mode, yes. Sphere mode is so good. Yoink. You have nothing now. Get off the board. Oh, Lava Golem could be good. Okay. Lava Golem is really good too, yeah. Oh, really? It's always fun. I don't know if fun's the right word. It's always interesting whenever you have a friend that you play with a whole bunch, and then like the two of you end up building your strategies not around what's popular or what's big at tournaments, but around what you know the other person does. And it leads to some unusual deck combinations and strategies just because of what you know. Just because you know what they have. Okay. Yeah, mini metas is so interesting. I used to describe them as like, so before, when I was like learning more about the game and I learned more about how big Yu-Gi-Oh was after I went to my first big scale tournament, it opened my eyes to how big things were. And I had this for a few years. I had this kind of like haughty, like greater than thou, like thought process about myself in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where like I categorized people in different boxes. Where like there were the street duelists who like didn't go to tournaments, but like dueled with their friends and had their own micro metas, right? Then there were the locals players who go to their locals and then do some meta stuff, but then have just at the locals. Then there was like the big scale player. I don't remember what I called them, but like who go to like the big tournaments and have to interact with the popular meta from around the world, and the stuff that like you see people doing on YouTube and all of those things, right? And as YouTube started to grow and Yu-Gi-Oh stuff on YouTube started to grow and people started sharing more ideas, the differences in the lines between those things blurred, and I slowly over time realized how arrogant it was of me to try to categorize people like that. What happened was I would been building my deck for like top tier meta play, and then I moved to a place where people didn't even go to locals tournaments. They just had their own micro metas, and whenever I played them, because I'm practiced for like top tier meta level play, and they're doing some like low tier like silly shenaniganry, I was taking them apart. And I was just like, oh, okay. Mm-hmm. The Ace's second effect activates by destroying an allied artifact, Dragir generator. It allows to have different forms based on the type of artifact destroyed. Ooh. So you play an artifact that does something, and then you destroy it with Dragir generator. in order to gain some kind of an effect. That's cool. Oh, wait, no, that's the ace's secondary effect. Okay. Oh, I see. So the main character plays artifacts, then the ace destroys those artifacts to gain different effects based on what blew up. Okay. This reminds me, I really need to get back into Perfect Draw now that the full game is out. So this is where the political stuff starts. I did warn that this story is Kung Fu Mecha political drama with possible romance. Haven't decided yet, but it's a Kung Fu Mecha political drama. So, the political... Made a new commander deck. Nice. Ooh, that could be really spicy, Jesus. That could be really spicy. I think the full rules had like some suggestions for how to create in the judges section where it talked about mimicking effects from other card games. I think I saw there was some kind of a thing in there for like suggestions for doing deck leaders or commanders. Hold on, let me pop that open. Oh. Hero cards deck leaders. A number of card games have a system where each player has a main card that's always accessible in play. For this, you can use the effect of the Scout card from the pre-made card list. If you want to always start, if you want it to always start on the field as well, you can have a respond ability that reacts to the first turn starting. Alternatively, there are various abilities and tools such as the Prodigy's Playbook staple that allow you to have your ace card easily in hand. That's a thought. Mm-hmm. Oh, did I just read out the ones you were talking about, Jesus? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Commander's a really jank one from the latest unset. Okay. She owns a theme park and opens up rides every time the player casts an instant sorcery. You can spend mana to like infuse the rides with a spell in the graveyard. Then at the beginning of your turn, you roll dice to see what rides you ride, and the ones you get activate their spells. Okay. Can a ride activate multiple times? Funny thing is, the tutorial battle, the player's protag plays his ace, but he has no Dragears on the field. He will start making mistakes as expected, but he learns as his friend and him form a team. That's nice. So, since I'm about to get into like the political part of this story, I want to clarify something real quick. This is a fictional story. Yes, unsets are very funny. This is a fictional story with no bearing or relevance on reality. It doesn't reference or predict any future events, and any similarities to real people or events are incidental and not intended. I do not want anyone to blame me and say that I am predicting or related to anything that might happen. I am just jotting down a story. As you visit it, usually once a turn, and you get a chance though. Okay. Nice. So you play a spell, activate it, then you use the commander to create a ride that you then infuse with the spell, and then you can use the spell anyone more. Has anyone written a story about a character that has all the stats for a mage, high intelligence, wisdom, and dex, but no MP? Ooh. So all of the talent for magic, but no ability to cast. That would be interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds like a manhwa. Prisoner's Dilemma a lot. Yeah, that's funny. I don't know what Prisoner's Dilemma does, but anything you can just do like once a turn over and over again sounds funny. Okay. Won't be that lucky, oh goodness. What would be a good name for the main character's team? Well, you said the main character's got a dragon themed deck that's about destroying artifacts to gain power. So maybe something prehistoric. What's his friend? Because you said he's in a team with his friend. What's his friend's deck do? Okay, I think I have this jotted down. Okay, I think I have all this jotted down. For this idea. I have a spell that lets me roll to ride rides again, so the dream is just get infinite value off that eventually. Reminds me of the most broken card I ever seen in a game from Magic the Gathering Unset's Anime Graveyard. I'm imagining it in other games now. The unsets are so Philly. So funny. I was trying to say silly or funny, and it came out Philly. Like, silly or funny, and it came out silly. I guess you could say sunny. That could come out. Oh, Philly. Okay. Cool. All right. It is 10:40. So let's get to the actual writing of the chapter now. Now that I've spent enough time dilly-dallying with this political powder keg. Oh goodness, Jesus. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. There we go. Let's get to tonight's story. Also, it's one of those weird unset cards that's legal in Commander. How does that work, Jesus? I have to finish this Portal Fantasy first, though, so the murder mystery in a mage military academy will have to stay in my head and notes. Jot it down when you can. I find that like stuff falls out the back of my head so much that I like to put stuff in my notes wherever I can. LeMay. Crossover fanfic TTRPG? Sure, if you want to send me a link to that, or send me that or whatever. Okay. Okay. It used to be legal in most formats, but it recently got banned because of the most dangerous gamer. Oh. These friends are Brian and Jenna. Brian has a deck themed around wizards and mystic beasts. Jenna has a deck of forests, beasts, and elves. That's quite the wide variety, and it definitely feels like a main character variety. So you could kind of have the name be almost anything, because one of the things you notice, at least that I notice in a lot of anime, like when it comes to like teams, especially card game anime and stuff, is I'll see that like the main character's team is like wide and varied with a variety of characters representing a variety of ideals, archetypes, and play styles. Whereas the enemy teams will all be like hyper focused on a specific kind of play style that's somehow like related to their name. So like you could have something like team, I don't know, team underdog or something silly like that, or team updog. Call them team updog. No. But you got dragons, you got wizards and mystic, you got dragons and artifacts, wizards and mystic beasts, and beasts, forest beasts and elves. Could do some kind of fantasy theme name. Could do some kind of fantasy theme name. Like neo fantasy, or like, hey streamer, what's up, dog? I don't know, what's up with you? Could do like something like the Fellowship. That could be cool. Okay, so this one is the consequence. So he is going to get a promotion. He is sergeant. Well, if he's going to be in charge of 2 platoons, not 2 platoons, he's going to be responsible for 2 other squads. So he's going to have 3 squads of 5 people. So he's going to have like 15 to 20 people. Probably put him at second lieutenant. The Scooby Gang from Buffy. Oh, goodness. Probably do second lieutenant. Platoon sergeant. What's a platoon sergeant? Sergeant works under the lieutenant. If I'm reading this right. Yeah, so give him lieutenant. Sergeant first class. Blah, 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 blah. He would probably be promoted along the non-commissioned thing since he's not fully an officer. Going straight from sergeant all the way to master sergeant? No, that's too much of a jump. That's battalion level. I am guessing, and it doesn't matter because it's a fictional world. We will just move up to sergeant first class. So he is on par with Oku. No, staff sergeant, so he's still under Oku. Team Tempest Protag's ace can fly. Brian's ace is literally Storm Sorcerer. And Jen is a free spirit wherever the wind takes me. Also sounds cool. Ooh, that's nice. Staff Sergeant. Okay. The plot basically follows Team Tempest climbing the ranks in their members' character arcs. Nice. I want to start with a cold open. Yeah. Why does this not know how disappointed is spelled? Hold on, now it's got me wondering if I spelled it properly. Two P's. Dis up. 2P. Oh, okay, cool. It ain't super complex or major save the world beat, but it works for compelling story about high school kids playing games. Yeah, I think one of the things that card game anime get wrong, I don't know if wrong is the right word. One of the things that like they do is they very quickly skip to this save the world plot line as a way to raise the stakes. When like I remember like the early Vanguard, right? There was plenty of stakes for Aichi as he was learning the game. He was competing in tournaments. He was trying to make a name for himself and define his own identity. And then it very gradually built into that save the world thing. But even then, it wasn't really save the world. It was more about saving Ren and about like, and it wasn't really a save the world kind of thing with the whole thing with Majesty Lord Blaster. I mean, stuff did kind of get Save the Worldy. I don't know. It was a long time since I watched that. Funnily enough, saving the world technically lowers the stakes, but it lets you keep the overall personal tone kinda light-ish. That's why the Raphael duel, which had no consequences until Yugi, is good. Mm-hmm. Some sort of stakes to build up your story, but it doesn't have to be super exaggerated, like to keep things grounded, not realistic, but limited enough. Yeah. Oh, wait. Disappointed only has one S. That's why it did that. Why did it not have... I added the wrong word to... Okay. I added the wrong word to the dictionary. Audience tends to react more to personal stakes, so can I prove to myself I'm good enough to win is better than can I save a bunch of people I don't know. All right, Noel, man, it was great having you. Have a good night. Hope we were able to help. Hope we helped you out a little bit. Good luck on everything you're working on. And Noel, man, I want you to know that I value you and I'm glad to have you in this community, and you make this world a better place. Actually, hold on. I have an idea. I just had an idea to completely rechange how I did this. All right. So this is where Mr. Works has flown out to this location to take command of the situation and to like issue his ruling on all of this. Let me check something on my notes. Okay, I wanted to check what other things I had for promotions, but I think I know what I'm going to do here. Okay. I don't know if bumping him down to private. Why did I even have my main character's last name being? Name him Jonathan Scott, I think I named him. Yeah, Scott. Hey, Violet. Good to see you. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Glad to see you here. I'm glad you could make it too. I spent the first part of the stream not quite outlining, more brainstorming another silly idea I had. And we're actually just really getting started on the chapter right now, so you didn't miss too much. It's good to see you. How was your weekend, Violet? That's a good point, Nevermore. That is actually a valid point. That's true, Nevermore. Say less, mean more. That's a good point. My weekend was fine. Made a family recipe for Father's Day. It's always a big recipe reward recipe. Oh, I'm glad it came out good, Violet. I'm not sure that you missed too much. My idea was ridiculous and silly and probably something I'm not gonna write. I just wanted to get the idea down on paper in case I ever am crazy enough, bored enough, or have enough free time to actually do something with it. It was, how did I describe it? Violet, the idea I jotted down at the first part of the stream was a kung fu mecha political drama story with possible romance. So when I say it was very silly and probably not something I'm going to do anything with, I am not exaggerating. So what's happened here is it starts with Mr. Work saying that his pay for the next 2 weeks is being suspended because of what he did, right? What he's referring to is when Jonathan hooked up the jamming device to his suit in order to save everyone, right? And he's being told that, like, this could have been extremely dangerous because it was connecting to the frequency that the enemies were operating on. They could have hacked it and found schematics and data on the suit. There's so many things that could have happened. There's so many, and it could have, and it involved like revealing stuff and breaking NDA, revealing stuff to Sandworld Co. And like he hooked his armor up to unauthorized equipment, and it was just no good, right? So that's what it starts with. He's frustrated because like he's not being terminated, but he's being reprimanded, but he did what he thought was the only thing to do. And then at first Lieutenant Bob is just like, because Lieutenant Bob went in on him too, right? And then when Lieutenant Bob's like, you should send him back to command, you should bump him back down to private and send him back to HQ to go back and retrain. Have him do boot again, right? And Mr. Works is like, no, not doing that. And then he tells Oku that Oku's taking command of this platoon. This platoon. Okay. And then, but now he's being told that in 2 weeks, once his punishment is over, he's being given the chance to be promoted to second lieutenant, which was the rank that Lieutenant Bob had. And he's going to be not only going up to second lieutenant, but he's going to be given command of this platoon. So it's like it's like they're on one hand, they're reprimanding him. On the other hand, they're promoting him. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm. Let me check something, okay? Next chapter is whenever they have the whole defining the relationship conversation between him and the love interest. That's gonna be fun to write. But this chapter is Jarl hurt. I think Jarl stayed behind to fight in the last fight. What did I have Jarl? Jarl was a gunner, so Jarl probably got injured. Mm-hmm. I want this scene to very much like show that like the team got messed up. The team got injured real bad. Right? Jarl got beat up pretty bad. Jarl, Tina, and Gino were the gunners, and they were not skilled at they're not skilled at CQC, close quarters combat, and they had to go in and, well, it's not that they're not skilled. They don't specialize in it. And they had to go in, and this was not an enemy that you can be just okay against. I don't know if you would really go from enlisted to officer just like that. I know there's like training and officer school and stuff that has to happen for someone to become an officer. And it's not just a thing they hand out, but they're a paramilitary organization. They're private military, so they can kind of write their own rules. And it's fantasy. Yes, anime logic does not need to follow real rules. Yeah. Okay. That leaves Jarl. What did I say about Jarl? Jarl has bandages on the side of his face. Okay. I don't know. That line doesn't fit right. So basically, what Jarl is saying is he's got bandages on his face, and smiling and laughing hurts because of how his face was injured and how badly he got like messed up, right? So he's saying like, you're making me smile right now, so you owe me. I don't know. I'll leave it like that for now. Oh. The good guy was able to save the town, but the bad guy will retaliate soon. That's always the thing, isn't it? Like, that's kind of like the thing that happens in a lot of these stories. Good guy saves the town, but the bad guy is going to come back for revenge. How dare you not let me do unspeakable evil deeds? Yeah. I think it's funny if we have it stated here in chapter 16 that the UN is starting its investigation, right? But then we don't see that actually like happen, and like we don't see the UN actually stepping in and doing something until chapter 27, 11 chapters later, after everything has already happened. Okay. Final confrontation is fast approaching. The king will send a message ordering the nobles to stop helping the main character. An old villain will make an appearance soon as an unwelcomed ally. Oh my gosh. So there is a trope that I enjoyed playing with, right? Where you have the character that is technically, like I do this in my Lancer game, where I have a character that is technically an ally to the main character, right? Belongs to a faction that is allied to the main characters, is being buddy and friendly with them, but this character represents all the ideals that the protagonists despise. This person represents all of the ideals and concepts and tropes and themes that the main characters despise, but he's technically their ally. And then I also like to play with on the other side when you have the enemy who's like on the enemy team, your enemy like opposed to what you're trying to do, but they represent the ideals that you believe in. And I feel like the thing about the kind of good enemy, the enemy that represents ideals you believe in, is done a lot. I think that's done a lot, but I don't see as much, it could just be me, but I don't as often see the trope of the person who's supposed to be your ally, but represents all the ideals you despise. Yeah, that's true, Violet. I like with the crooked cop thing. It's like it's a trope in like police dramas or whatever, but like oftentimes like in those kinds of things, I feel like it's a thing where it serves to make the main character, the good cops, look better because they're not crooked. You show the crooked cops and then you have the good cops arresting or stopping the crooked cops. And it kind of just is a kind of slam dunk to like make them look better. The major murder mystery I want to write is going to have something like that. Main character found out too much and get dragged into a group of terrible people. Ooh. Yeah. That's true. Like I could see that for like rivals and anti-heroes, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone who like is technically on your side, but is like doing all the things you despise. So like, for instance, in my Lancer game, there's this character, Jeff, who is technically allied to the players. He has given them contracts, but he is arrogant. He is full of himself. He is just defined by this pride, thinking he's above everyone else, but he thinks the players are equal to him, but he thinks both him and the players are above everyone else. And he thinks that anyone who would ever that the only way he could lose is if someone cheated, and he is just defined by this sickening amount of pride, arrogance, and just all of that. But he's technically on the player's side. Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm talking about, Nabiru. I'm thinking of someone who like is technically on the good guy's side, not because of morals, not because of anything, just like it's a thing of like, I don't know. Hello, country girl. Good to see you. Welcome in. I see Country Girls here on Twitch. Okay. All right, Nabiru. Hello, KM Gilbertson. Good to see you. How's your night going? Oh, you're also Northwest Country Girl. Okay. Oh, I don't know if NW means Northwest, but hey, it's no problem. I'm glad to have you. I want people to watch me wherever they're comfortable watching me. I want people to watch me wherever they want to watch me. I do generally tend to get more people on the YouTube side, which is kind of funny. So we'll ask for people watching on YouTube, if you haven't liked the stream yet, to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to more people, which gets more people to come watch the stream and expands the community. British Navy with state-approved pirates. Yes. What are those called? Papers of... what's it called? Privateers? What's privateers papers or something? Letters of marque or marquee. Oh, it's going pretty good. Earlier tonight, I spent some time not outlining, kind of jotting down a rather silly idea I was working with, and then I've been doing some writing on this chapter tonight. It's been a little bit stop and go. How many words are you up to tonight? We are up to 1,800 words. Yeah, 1,800 words. So I want to do at least another 700 words. Oh wow, that's funny. I'm currently at for the entire document, I'm at 45,000 words. That's funny. And considering 50,000 words is the minimum to be considered a novel, I think that's really funny. Oh, nice. I'm so happy for you, Gilbertson. Can I call you Gilbertson? I don't know what the KM stands for. What's your current draft about, Gilbertson? All right, I'll call you Country Girl then. I might default to Gilbertson if I forget, but it's all right, Country Girl. Oh, the fantasy western. Nice. I'm so happy for you, Country Girl. And yeah, you're in novel territory. I'm so happy for you. Well, I wish you all the best. Good luck. I have trouble getting past the first draft. I know that feeling, Country Girl. I know that feeling when you're like you've got all these thoughts and you want to start writing them and you have so many things, right? Mhm. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. A new idea for Through the Ages disaster survival series you came up with months ago. Nice. Okay, so there is actual real world research on particle beam weapons. I just went to look it up real quick. But it's still in the research stage and has not gotten out of research stage. So I'm going to say that's a thing that they are working on. The funny thing is I can actually thank hatred of the city of Seattle for the idea. Oh my gosh, it's funny how stuff like that works out. Blah, blah, blah. Was at Emerald City Comic Con and got chatting with one of the authors in the writer's block, who was also a local. So naturally, I made my usual. This city has already burned to the ground before it could stand to happen again joke. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then it hit me. Major cities have a habit of burning, sometimes multiple times. What if the cities themselves were on some kind of a purge cycle? Ooh. You mean like when you say the cities themselves on some kind of a purge cycle? Do you mean like there's some kind of like natural event that occurs on some kind of a cycle to each like major city, where like just the fact of having a bunch of people living in one place creating a city causes some kind of like metaphysical timer to start ticking down to the next disaster? Or do you mean like government conspiracy, like in order to like keep people in their social position and keep people from growing too much, disasters are arranged by the government on a regular cycle to keep people from inciting rebellion? I'm curious where you go with that. Either natural or supernatural in nature. So when it's just naturally time or more of God smiting a wicked city, saying it needs to start over again. Ooh. So earlier tonight, I was outlining a political drama. Not outlining. I was kind of brainstorming this silly idea that was, how did I describe it? It's definitely a really cool idea, country girl. Let me tell you about the story that I was working on earlier tonight. It was just a silly thing that I was jotting down. A kung fu kind of mecha / power armor political drama story that deals with possible romance. Um, uh, Basically, their main character is an everyman who kind of gets roped into operating this suit of power armor that, like, it doesn't do guns or swords, it does martial arts, and it allows him to punch and kick with the force of like a tank's main cannon, right? And he like uses it at first for like working out whenever when he's not doing his day job, just punching. And so he like is working out by punching concrete and stuff, right? And then like he finds out that there's this some organization has put out designs on Chicago, Seattle, Chicago, New Orleans, Atlanta, New York, London, Rome, Copenhagen, all burned down more than once. That's a thought. So the story I was tinkering with earlier in the stream was The Way of the Armored Fist, and it was that basically guy gets power armor, and the political drama side is that there's this whole drama unfolding where there's this woman who's going to become president, but like there's this militant faction that wants to stop her and has access to these mech suits, these that are like walking tanks, whereas the mech suits the bad guys have are like clumsy, big guns, heavy armor, but like a walking tank. And what the main character and his people have are these like very like lightweight things that are that allow them to do like martial arts and kung fu and create this whole thing of like kung fu versus guns. And while trying to like defend this lady president who's trying to bring about this great change. And I was really inspired, but I was thinking a lot about, what was that movie? One of the Purge movies had like a lady president, right? And then like they were like trying to protect her, and she was trying to end the purge and save everything. And I never watched that movie, but that thought kind of stuck with me a little bit. That's kind of where I got that. Let me put a note on that Megalobox. Okay. But also, yes, I did in this story I'm working on right now, just have I'm sure it'll be fine. Yes. Dumb movies, yes, but cool thought. Definitely. But that was just something I was jotting down ideas about earlier in the stream. Emeralds, Embers, and Ash. Nice. That's a really cool title, Country Girl. Why did I jump all the way to the top? I hate that I jumped all the way to the top. Now I gotta scroll all the way to the bottom. I was trying to see if I had them bring counselors or therapists with them on this mission, which they really should. That's actually a good question, Violet. Country Girl, would your main plot of your disaster story involve stopping the next disaster, or is it just about trying to survive the disaster? Either getting out or living through it. Okay. So this part of the story is outlining this kind of situation that the Brave Drive creates. For those of you who don't know, in this story, there's this Brave Drive. The Brave Drive is this kind of science fantasy technology that generates electricity when exposed to strong emotions. Um, and one of the peculiarities about it is that in order to fully use it and to get the most out of it, you have to like be in tune with your emotions and your feelings. You have to accept your feelings, you have to understand them, right? And for people who are like kind of emotionally constipated, who are rejecting their feelings, not expressing their feelings, they are trying to compartmentalize and hide their feelings, they can't operate the brave drive properly, right? So in this instance, Oku's like, yeah, you need to get them talking and get them working through stuff because we just went through a traumatic experience, and you need to get them to start working through that, because if they don't, they're not going to be able to operate their brave drives in the next crisis. And Jonathan's like, well, yeah, they also need that for like mental health and to like be healthy, functional human beings, you know. And Oku's like, I'm more concerned with keeping them alive. Like, yes, mental health is important, but right now I have to focus on keeping them alive. Like, and that just shows like this kind of like priority. I don't know how I feel about that part. I don't know. I'm not sure if I like how that characterizes Oku. Because like it's this thing where like suddenly this private military corporation company very much cares about the mental health of their soldiers, because their primary thing is power armor powered by the brave drive, and the mental health of their soldiers will determine how well they can use the brave drive, which determines how well they can use the power armor, which determines how well they can fight. I don't think I want Oku to be getting caught up in the I need to keep them alive. All right, Goldfish. Good night. I'm glad you were able to get some writing done. I always encourage people to work on writing at the same time as we kind of do a write together thing. I wish you all the best, and Goldfish, I want you to know that I value you, and I think that you're wonderful. I believe that you possess the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. Have yourself a great night, Goldfish. Actually, I think I'll have... I want Jonathan to be emotionally aware. Maybe have them both accept it. One more language app lesson and 500 more words before passing out for the night. All right, country girl, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for all the hard work you've put in, not just tonight, but this entire time. You said you've been working on this for 3 years. I'm so proud of you and how far you've come and how much you've accomplished. How many words have we done tonight? All right, I want about 300 more words. Okay. So I can do the outro for the chapter. You'll be a published author and be able to talk to a Danish person by your next birthday. Nice. I don't know what being a published author has to do with being able to talk to a... Oh, okay. Danish person is the language app. Got it. I for some reason, I was connecting the two, and I'm like, can only published authors talk to Danish people? Is there some law I didn't know about where in order to speak to a Danish person, you must be a published author? It took me a second. It took me a second, country girl. Yeah. But it's still something. They're still important. It is what it is. Okay. Words tonight have reached 2486. The minimum I want for a chapter is 2500. So I have to find a way to finish 14 words. This is funny. I think I want to end this chapter a little differently. So I wanted to make a mention of like him wanting to help people, and then kind of have, because there's no mention in this chapter about his whole desire to like possibly use the brave drive as a possible power source to help with powering things in impoverished areas. Right? Yeah, that's better. Have it mentioned as a sideways thing. The next chapter we start with finding out about like they're trying to set up things in impoverished places and need power, right? And then that's what starts a thing where he's like, hey, maybe we could give them power, or maybe like charge their battery banks. That starts the conflict. I don't know if conflict's the right word, but that starts the situation that moves forward for the rest of the story. Okay. It has been 5 hours. Holy cow. Tonight's been a long stream. We did a bunch of stuff. Oh, did you get more than 500 words, Country Girl? My record, my thing for tonight so far is 25. To write monsters 1500. I'm sure you'll get it done. Tonight I got done 2578 words. For the words, okay. I don't know all the lingo. I'm still relatively a baby to the writing space. I've only really gotten into the writing like space online and stuff within the last couple years. Still learning. I'm still learning. Oh, that's cool. For the words. Let me put that in my notepad. Each monster is a set amount of words and different timed sprints. Nice. Very nice. All right. I'm tired. I'm kind of hungry. Even though I ate right before stream, this has been a long one. So this one is 1,500 words in 600 minutes. That's 10 hours? Is it 10 hours? So do you write in the, like, is it a word, whatchamacallit? Yeah, it was great talking to you, country girl. Does that, for the words, have like a word processor where it counts your words as you type it? Ah, okay. All right, for those of you who don't know, at the end of the stream, I like to shout out everybody who was in stream, everybody who chatted, which is something I can do because I don't have too many people come through. But I do like to do it every time I get a chance. And I like to speak some positive affirmations to everybody. And all of that jazz. So we had Silva, we had Nabiru, we had LeMay, we had Noel Main, and Jesus. We had who else did we have? I'm scrolling through chat now. I know we had all right, Violet, I will see you Friday. We had Violet. We had we getting all the way down here. There's LeMay and yeah, there's Violet. We had Nevermore, who gave me some great editing advice. We had Nevermore was on the Twitch side. Country Girl. And do we have anybody else come through? I know Gilbertson was his Country Girl. Goldfish. We had Goldfish come through tonight. Yes. All right, so I shout out all of you. I thank you all for coming. I don't do like the shout out command because that's a Twitch thing. That's not like a thing I do. But I mean, I'm just shouting you out like, yeah, rah. To anyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, because I know I have a number of lurkers, I have a number of people who come through and talk about, they tell me later that they love the vibes of my stream, they just kind of lurk and don't really say much. And that's perfectly fine and welcome too. And to all the people who watch the VOD afterwards, I know there are some people who enjoy watching the VODs later. I say to all of you watching in whatever way you want to watch, on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever, I say to all of you, I love all of you. And I believe in each and every one of you. Thank you all for coming to the stream. Thank you for being amazing people. I believe that you all are truly unique individuals with the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own special way. I believe that you are valid, important, that you matter, that you are worthy of love, and that you are deserving of happiness and good things. I believe that your hopes, your dreams, your fears, and your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. I want you always to know that there are people that love you, there are people that care about you, there are people that love to see you. I know that's true because I know I love to see each and every one of you in stream anytime you come. I'm into stream. Always remember the Star Hunter motto. Shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or anyone that you think might enjoy my content, could be arch rival, nemesis, coworker, boss, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. We'll probably be doing the next chapter of this, so I will see you all there. One thing I do ask is if you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to more people. We've been getting more likes, and it really helps with getting more people. I know the algorithm hasn't been giving me as much love recently, and I don't know if it's that I haven't been advertising or what's been going on, but my view count has been going slightly down, but it's still pretty decent numbers for me. And I still get a lot of view hours from a lot of you being here, and I really appreciate that. I'm working towards a goal. I want to get at least 300 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024. I am at 288. If I get to 300 YouTube subscribers, then I will do a cursed food eating stream. I'll turn one of my cams into a hand cam. I'll try to rig that up, so it'll all be vegan food because I'm vegan, so it'll be stuff like Oreos and salsa, bananas and ketchup, and other cursed foods, cursed food combinations that I'll do. And if by some miracle we hit 1,000 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, I will do a karaoke stream. I'll have to do a lot of practicing for that. I haven't sung in a long time. Music used to be a really big part of my life, so that'll be interesting. So thank you all for coming. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube and ding the notification bell, or you can follow me on Twitch. Those will let you know whenever I go live or when I release any new. Well, the YouTube will let you know when I release any other new content like videos. And if you want to keep up with me off of my streaming, you can follow me on Twitch or X. You can follow me on Blue Sky Social. You can like my Facebook. You can join my Discord. There are links to all of those things in the description down below on YouTube and on the About page on Twitch. I look forward to seeing all of you there as you join in the adventures and share with me more about what you're working on as we all go on this adventure of life together. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You are not expected to give money to be welcome here. You are a valued member of this community. I value having you here, and you are important to me. With that said, I do appreciate all the people who do donate to help make things possible in my life. All of you are truly special and amazing to me. And thank you for contributing in such a concrete way. If you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, there are links where you can do so down below in the description on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. Donations are 100% non-refundable. And on YouTube, there is a link for a PayPal for a one-time donation and a link for Ko-fi, where you can do either a one-time donation or repeated, or sign up for repeated monthly donations. If you're doing a one-time donation, I do prefer you do PayPal because I get more of the money. I know Ko-fi is supposed to be no fees, but somebody takes a fee, and I don't know who it is. But on Ko-fi, I do have a couple options for repeated monthly donations. There's not really rewards for those right now, but it's more of just like if you want to say some concrete way that you appreciate and want to help out, that is just the thing you can do. And I would appreciate it if you did so. But especially because my income is like really questionable right now because I don't know what's going to happen with my disability case. But with that said, have yourselves a good night. I will see all of you later. I'm not going to raid into anybody because I am tired. I am very, very tired, so I'm not going to look for anybody to raid on Twitch. But have a good night, everybody. And I want you to know that I value all of you.